Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm like trying to bundle up. I can see the music is a bit loud. Hold on. That should be a bit more balanced. I would say that's still loud. Yeah, that should be better. Well, now I'm loud instead. Okay, well, are we really doing this today? I'm all like bundled up and shit because I'm feeling like tired and stuff. Not tired, cold. I'm feeling cold. Chilly. Chiles. Oi, 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 oi. Got some hot chocolate ready. It's actually less than hot because I warmed it up before stream and now it's a bit colder. Oh yeah. Let's see. Oh right, I gotta actually press the transition button to get somewhere. Yo! How are you guys doing? Oh boy. Let's review a little bit, shall we? We have a bunch of things from the list of things to do. But before I actually bring that screen up, let me review that there's no like huge spoilers in our to-do list. Summon and action breaks, okay. We can look at my estimates today, that's something we can do. We could also look at... No, we cannot. Let's see. What do we have here? Man, I don't have a good solution for this. So we have this thing in the game where... you have these musicians who walk around and they play music, and there's a section where one of them can walk down to a town, and the town has its own music, and they sort of drench each other out. Ideally, you know, they just play something together. And I think you can do that. Like, I thought we couldn't do that without middleware, but I have faith that I can do that without middleware. Just like they're playing it on a loop as they come into town. I think that's possible. The same rhythm, basically. Or just have that player for the town music. Just add the instrument in, basically, like just transition to it. Nah, I think it's easier to play 2 tracks. That would be an interesting thing to look at, but then we'd need the melody that goes along with it. No, I can't do that. Well, not yet, anyways. So there is something weird going on with like dialogue and shit, but we've changed so much in terms of like, or we continually change so much in terms of the like we add so many features with like DUIDs all the time to the map that if there's like a collision of a DUID somewhere, I'm sure like things just are bound to break because of collision of DUIDs. Like the save game is basically freaking out. So I'm not gonna judge these issues until we have like a testing session that's entirely fresh. Unless they model some caskets for storing dead, because we don't have anything like that. Like we have nothing like a casket for storing dead people. That's something we could look at today. So I'm making a to-do list for today. Well, at least about as far as we can get reasonably within the allotted time we have here. So we can make a reset item that will reset you back to the last foci, because apparently like we've sort of like did some game testing and it might be useful for us. And then, if we can, look at the minstrel music playing issue. Also, add NPC stopping to certain pacifist NPCs. / add the option. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm bringing you into now, because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't like revealing any big secrets. Basically, this is the hackstoring we're getting into today. So, modeling some caskets for storing dead. I think I'm gonna keep that for the late part of the stream. Reset item, which is something that, like, by balance, I think we might need. We've been playing a bunch lately, and it's like I was against it initially, and I think Wolfgang was as well. But people will just quit out of the game and just do that to restore themselves to the last foci, because we don't save. Well, we purposefully don't save this specific location you're on to make you commit to the world more. So by having that reset item, you would just load back to the last foci by using it, or like the last save point, because we do have some specific save points too. Let's go! Yo, Texcellency, how are you doing, my friend? Oh, that is a great point you make there. No, that's not gonna be a thing. Well, it is going to be a thing, but I have to like figure it out. So I have to figure out, again, to bring up my chat on screen. And my phone is basically dead. It made an update. Oh, this is a side plot. Get ready, chat. This is a side plot. So I was minding my own business late night, adding all the phone updates that I hadn't yet. Let me tell you, that was a really bad choice. So I was adding all these like phone updates, not all the apps, just like the regular fucking basic thing. And then in one of the message app updates, they baked in some sort of like Google Gemini integration. And now they wanted me to connect my Google account to even be able to see my messages. Like my regular ass, like a regular ass message, not like Google message, like just regular ass messages. So they were holding my messages hostage, essentially. So crazy, so crazy. Probably just because it's a cheap ass phone to start with. They're doing all that kind of shit, but it's an old phone, so I don't get why they add it now necessarily. So I was trying to like find the button, and I did some search to like turn it off. Turns out you have to turn it on first, connect the account, and then you can turn it off. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. So then I went and uninstalled the fucking messaging app and just install a base level version of it, which works great. By the way, we are at not 345, but we are at 347. I wonder if that worked. Yes, it worked. Nice. I wasn't looking at the screen, so like I was like, does the key work even if I'm not looking at OBS? Okay, so there's a bunch of other things that changed on the phone that I don't like. How they display the background is weird. They cropped it in a different way. They changed some fonts and things that I'm like not used to, and it looks like objectively worse in terms of like I'm trying to read and I can't. It's like a worse font that they're using, and I do not understand why they would just, oh, here's an update, by the way you're fucked. By the way you're fucked. It's so bad, so bad. Ay ay ay. You like today's menu? Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, this is a good one. I think we're gonna start with a reset item for this menu here. And we have NPCs stopping already on some NPCs. It's just that like not all of them have the ability to. It wasn't added like as a generic like thing in the base class, so that's a problem. I don't want to add it to the base class actually, because the base class is kind of like loaded. It's better that it would be ideal if there was a pacifist middle class if we're thinking about object-oriented stuff. But this is not an ideal situation, and if we do that, then we have lots of overhead of the pacifist class has a lot of shit in it that the other classes don't need. So I don't want to bloat the other ones because of that. So I guess it would be best to have the feature in the main class. But the main class is even more like fucked up. So technical depth is a fun thing to work with. So probably just will add the functionality to all of the NPCs and not even share like the thing. It's not a lot. It's like 2 or 3 types of NPCs tops, I think. Man, I'm so good at making hot chocolate. So, the minstrel music playing issue is just like theory. So that is something we can talk about like towards the end or something. Or whenever it pops out. But let's start with the reset item. Yeah. Poggers! Yeah, I'm all wrapped up today because I'm feeling cold and I'm like, ugh. So I'm like blanky and all manner of shit. And I closed the door to the room and the heater is at, it was already at max, but it's like max and I punched it a bunch of times. Hopefully that helps. On the radiator. Yeah. Because punching certainly helps, right? That's how that's how that be. That is how that be. So how are you guys doing? What are you guys up to? I'm curious. So we moved the stream until 350 wishlist to Sunday or Saturday, was it? Let's see. Schedule for week 50. Sunday. Yeah, we moved it to Sunday because I'm busy on Saturday. What am I even doing on Saturday? I have this schedule thing, but like it's all like a jumbled mess in my head. Oh yeah, we might be doing the mushroom. Oh yeah, I had this idea the other day of taking the mushroom and making a mushroom hat out of them. So let's add that to the list as well. Because then we can have a quest that says basically, you know, collect X mushrooms, hand in, and get hat. Because you collect a bunch of fucking mushrooms in Dynasthir, so like they're the like one thing you collect in the environment basically, or one of few things. So yeah, on Saturday it's the VTuber awards, and I'm just because it's gonna be late in the evening, and I want to like make sure that I'm fresh for that VTuber award. I'm gonna watch these fucking award shows this week, even though they're over commercialized and stupid. I made a schedule this week, all right, and I'm gonna hold to it. That's the point. That's the whole point of like trying to get like. Become more consistent. And also I need good things that are tangible, or good, but I need tangible things that I can detach from Dynasthir for, because otherwise right now I'll be spending like 16 hours a day on it. So essentially, yeah. You seek dev is tapping. What you typing? Okay, time to bring the chat back. What you typing, man? What you typing? You cooking? We've added sounds to like elevators and stuff, and we added like doors that can be locked. Well, we had most of the functionality. I just like sort of refined it, and now it's very usable. So they save, they load. They work with different key items. Any item in the game can be a key item. So, you know, that can be very useful, I bet. So most of the backend was already done. Because first, when I made the doors, I was smart. Look at this shit. Compared to the mess I just talked about, look at this shit. So, you have can activate, right? I actually don't think you can do, like, this isn't really right. I don't think you're supposed to be able to set things in a pure function. This works though, and I tested it in the game too. I don't know. It's just a local to keep track of this, but it's still, yeah. I might turn this off from being a pure. It works though so far, but it might be undeterministic on different hardware, so we'll see. So basically, this function here is like an overridden function from Quest Interactable. So the actual thingies look like this, and then there's can activate and can deactivate. So this is something I add. Is that a loop use? Yes, it is a loop. Does it not have to be a loop? Maybe not. It's possible. Could I do a find? No, I have to. I have to look through, like, because I'm comparing. Because you can have several different key items, right? And I have to look at every key item to see if one matches, you know, something in my inventory. So yes, it is a loop. It is a loop with a break. So it will basically take the first key item that it finds. Yes, a door can have multiple keys. You basically just do this, right? So I can say a wrench is a key. But then, you know, a wrench would probably not disappear. So you'd probably want to change something about this. For that, we can make, like, copy this class and just remove the remove item. And then we can have a door that doesn't remove the key. I could also make an option very easily here, like a boolean or something. But the idea would be like, yeah, you could have doors that you can use to bend open if you have got a wrench, for instance. And then, you know, your wrench, this works. Or you could frame the amount of wrenches as like durability on the wrench, and then you remove amount. That's another way to do that. I love fucking doors, man. It used to be something I didn't like before because of the math involved in moving a door. But the more I've made doors, the more I realize how fun it is to figure out how to make a door in the context of the gameplay that you want, and how interesting that can get. They are such an important piece of just pacing a game. And I think one of the studios that understand this the best is probably Bungie. Bungie... Yeah. I used to not like it. I think when I was worse at Blueprint. But now... It's better. Yeah. This door also, like, this has a special ability because it plays a message specifically when you're unable to unlock it. There's some things in here that maybe not super generic, like just we could work with the play sound part, and actually this doesn't have any attenuation settings. That's bad. No, yeah, let's display that, even though it's a long... I wish I would just display the settings that were different. Yeah, so we do need attenuation. Better like Sound Manager would be nice. I think this is kind of naive. Maybe? It's not that bad. So 2 curves. One to govern smooth opening of the door, and one for the micro, like, sort of rotations of the door. Yeah, so this would be the rotational degrees, I think. So this is like that value minus this. So that's shake. And it shakes in Y specifically. So that gives it like a little bit of like a life to the door. See if you can see that. Spot it. I don't know if it's more or less noticeable on like small, and this is gonna flip, I think. Oh, it's locked. Hold on. We get to see that in action too. Do you see how it like? There's like a slight like vibration to it. It might maybe not fits this specific door perfectly, But I don't know, it gives some character to it. For big stone doors, it works nicely. For gates, it works really nice. My favorite thing are like iron gates, because they are kind of rickety, or that's what they feel like. But I mean, you could totally like give yourself access to that curve, and then have different curves for different behaviors. So a creaky door might be smoother, maybe, in the way that it's like it would maybe do like something like this, right? And have it's like a smooth. I believe in the I believe that it shouldn't always be smooth. In the tangents shouldn't always be smooth. Some people are like smooth tangents. Yeah, I love smooth tangent, but it's like, yeah, it has to be smooth. No, these tangents are sharp. Smoothest tangents, or sharpest tangents in the world. You get them right here in Dynasthir. This is fucking wild. Like, I think I can show this without, like, how do I do this? Oh, I'm just gonna go to this save point here instead. Oh, I reworked the dash, like attack functionality. Basically replaced the entire like attack chain yesterday. For this attack, this part of the attack specifically, because it works differently from anything else. So now when you dash and attack, the way you execute it is much easier, but also much more responsive. So it now works differently from like any other attack in the game. I did fuck it up there somehow. But it's, you know, custom code, just because I wouldn't do the thing otherwise. What you guys doing? Here's like I was testing this ability earlier, and its ability to like align to floors and stuff. This I don't know what to do about. I'm thinking about if it grows outwards and you have some sort of trace, and if it finds an edge like that, it just stops growing. I think that might be like an easy way to make it not go like that. Neat. Yeah, lots of neat stuff. What are we actually making today? Something less neat, but also kind of cool. So we're gonna need a base item, I believe. Let's see what base item, because we need use item. That's the thing we need. Show, hide, drop, use. Yeah, use item. Create a child class of that. And this is gonna be, I don't know what the lore is gonna be like, but I'm gonna like, it's some sort of like return to foci from where you're at currently. So, I mean, the foci binds your blood, essentially, your essence, rather. So, I'm tempted to call it a whisker, like whisk your way to a foci, but for now, I'm in the background, I'm gonna call it an axial binding, because that's a reference to Demon Souls. And we're gonna override that use item. Use item. And we are going to have to get the point. Is it get respawn point? That is the location. We sort of need to get... Not the message widget. There's so many BPA, like there's so many functions and things. But all of the functionality for this is already like implemented basically. I just need to hook it up. Commit message widget. Yeah, so we want the current save point, which is relayed through the player right now. Gasp! It's your worst enemy, chap. A cast node. Oh my god, it's a cast node. Literally have made entire Dynasthir with cast nodes here and there, and honestly, like, yeah, if you if you talk to something terrible, wow, yeah, if you talk to something that's like a heavy object and you keep it in memory, sure, like that, but you know the player is in memory, so I don't know. I go back and forth on that, but you know, for now, it's fine. It's fine. We can replace it basically instantly if you want to. I'm curious, is there a way that I didn't done this before? Because I feel like I've done this before. If I haven't, then this would be actually be a good time to replace this. I bet you that this is a fucking cast as well. Yes, okay. So with this many instances of it in the project, when you look through the... I guess it would actually be kind of neat to replace it. Yeah. So, let's go to the most aptly named... This is so hilarious. The most aptly named interface ever. Blueprint Interface Gameplay. Yeah. What's the end point here? The end point here really is to yeah, we need to load warp basically. Load warp to like home or something. Load warp to... Okay. And then, because here we have access to that, we don't have to pass around the reference anymore. Because we do have the current save point. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's more like a point because there's times that where that is going to be. There's times that that's going to be not a foci but a place that the game saved you to, because there's like thresholds basically for certain areas that we want to lock the player into. Warp save. You're right, that's how that works. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. Let me explain. Do you guys, can you guys guess how warping between save points work in Dynasthir? I'll give you a hint, it's right on screen. Oh, I don't know if this is actually the... It should be, but I don't know why it's death location. That's a bit strange. Oh, it's very confusing the way that's set up. It will literally choose, this is an old load function. Chat? Okay. Someone needs to learn how to flatten their save structures into one sort of structure or some things. And maybe pass this in as like a function input instead or something. I don't know. This could be cleaned up so much. But, okay. The way this works, there's a trigger from death. So we will only use the death location if, let's see, is death location even used anymore? I think it might just be there for legacy. It gets set when you die. Yes, that's I know that. Oh, and then okay. So here it's just like okay. You know what, chat? I'm not gonna pretend to understand this immediately. It's a little bit beyond me for now. Way too cold for this. But it's meant to basically be, because this is what gets up being used really. So that's the player location. And player location ends up being a point on the last point, the save point you're at, basically. So what it does is move you back there split second, like in the world, to save you to that location, right? Save actor basically says just like take all information about the current actor and then save that. Or like at least the important part for whatever foci you were used at. Because that's like sort of what was expected of this function at the time. Which is something we still need. Not for this specific purpose, but in general. So, might as well. So, next hilarious part here. Like, we save the location to the save game. So when you load the map next time, well, next time is now, the save game will load you properly into that map. It's fucking wild how that works. Which is why in fucking load warp to point we can just call warp save and that should work. So in this little next shell binding we can just do this now. Interesting, yeah. So yeah, it moves you to the physical point in the world, but because yes, yeah. So it's because if we just warp to the location, Unreal doesn't trigger loading the area correctly. So we would have things like falling through the world, and then we had some fix for that, and then it would load for 40 seconds, 50 seconds, while you place the player there, will load the world for like 40, 50 seconds. Now instead we have like 10 second, 15 second load screens, and we get basically the world loading in like 10 seconds maybe. Like you can see sometimes the landscape takes a while. So what we will do is have a smaller area right around the foci, like, and then we will place items over, like we will move our items over there so that it looks populated the moment you get it, and we make that like part of a persistent level or a very small level. It's taken forever to find the solution to this. And I didn't, for the longest time, I didn't want load screens. I wanted instant warping. Honestly, it's pretty fast. Like 10 seconds loading between areas is pretty fast. 15 in some instances. But then you have some level load. But I think we can mitigate that by having these like small levels that are around like the foci specifically. We're gonna have to fuck around a little bit with landscape, but we're getting there. Like we're pretty close to the implementation we want. Okay, so then DT items. We create an item version of this. Oh, that's correct. The Nexial binding, Nexial ID. Hate this step of like you have to write this in here. Yeah, I don't know why. And we duplicate. I guess you would give this to the player early, like at the start of the game. The foci actor. The foci are these guys. You know, where you can do level up and bloodline and all the good stuff. Choose a skill, merge your essence, facing, and insert rocks. Pew. ID Nexial binding name. This is not gonna be the end name. Take me take me home country road. Take me home essence road. Yeah. What's an icon to use for this? We actually don't need any world mesh on this. Perfect. Got a target on my way home. Nexial binding item. Connect that up. No familiarity. We have 1 count. Inventory index. This one we're not really using for anything. It is not a consumable, and it doesn't matter if it's droppable or not. It doesn't matter if there's a stack size or not. Familiarity is, as you go, there's 2 functions of familiarity in Dynasthir. One of them is that if you find a duplicate item somewhere, your familiarity will increase. And that is so that you don't get like duplicate items in your inventory. So if you find like 2 swords that are the same, your familiarity will increase. Ideally, it would be like a familiarity level so that you have familiarity score and familiarity level, and another item would increase familiarity in that sense. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. For now, it's just flat familiarity. And then also by using the weapon, you increase familiarity slowly. And that's saved per weapon, so to speak. And familiarity becomes a part of damage calculation. It's a concept borrowed from Neo. But it wasn't, they're not doing it to, they're doing it on items, not for duplication issues. They have so much random stuff going on with their items, they would never need that. Like, you don't get duplicates, basically. Oh, there's a space here. But yeah, I just sat down and had to think about like what to do about duplicate items. And I enjoy this idea. I think in the future Turtles, I want to take this concept of familiarity further, because it's really nice, and I have some really cool ideas that I want to expand on. It's also a little bit inspired by Disgaea. Disgaea 4 is the one that I played most, where every item in the world, every item, I think, health potions, weapons, every item has a world inside of it that is randomly generated based on that item. So or maybe it's the reverse, but there's some interaction between like how it was generated and the item, and you jump into it and play the levels to level up the item. And they have something like 999 or 9,999 levels in every item. It is fucking insane. Fucking eternal game. Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's fun also. Like, it's... yeah. But they're brutal. You get to do those... You can do them kind of early, I think, but they are brutal. So, like, you have to know the game well. We have the item type. I don't think we need... This isn't a weapon or anything like that, so we should have everything we need to use this. Let's add it to them chests. Base key. Eggshell binding. So it's a little bit like that too, where like at least the ideas I have in my head, where like we can take familiarity to interesting places. Did I not? I'm sure I told it to be 1. Yes, okay, so the only thing I can think of would be if the ID is wrong. Eggshell binding. Oh, yeah. It couldn't find the... It's actually not here, it's here. That's important for DCS. Oh man, I would improve the item stuff in DCS if it wasn't, because we're so far into this shit. Okay, so I should be backed on that if I use this. Yay! Okay. Let's try a more complex situation. Let's grab some of the face rocks and place them down. Do a warp. I'm trying. I was just looking at the water. I'm like, I don't want to walk in that. There they are. Let's place a face rock, like a blue one. We'll place a blue one on this guy, do a warp with those, and then warp back with... and we're here, and now we use the Eggshell binding, so we should be back here, not to the other one. Okay, it works. That's okay. That's the Eggshell binding done. Nice. Oh wow, yeah, this guy is a fucking insane game. It's a really cool strategy game. I fucking love the humor in that game too. You play as a vampire who's decided he's not gonna, like... I guess he's decided to become a pescatarian. So he's vowed to not drink blood. And he's like... You know, he's very high and full of himself, and he's like, by the power of sardines, You know, because you know, he would be otherwise by the power of blood or something. Ominously, and now he's like, yeah, with the power of the sardines. Yeah, I've very fond memories of Disgaea 4, but I did not finish that game, which, you know, sadly a lot of games that I like I haven't finished. Just things always tend to like crop up, basically. Okay, that's one thing on the list. Let's see. The reset item is done. Mushroom hats, that's what I want to do. I want to do mushroom hats. First, let's look at the mushrooms we have. Oh, we have all of these as well. But these are not the type that I want. I want the ones we made for Dynasthir specifically. I think I call them LQ. That's one type at least. Ah, inverted. Fucking inverted coordinates. We have these guys. We have these guys. They're meant to look like tree roots instead of like regular feet. These also come in two fashions. There's a green one and there's a white one. And there's one more, which is classic mushroom. Karl Johan, as we call them in Swedish. I do not know what it would be called in other places. For being such a weird-ass fantasy world, Dynasthir has mostly kind of like regular mushrooms. Well, that's not true. We got the glowy shit as well. These ones have variations that basically glow and shit. I want to do it with this hat. Like, I imagine this being like the... But this would be kind of nice as well. You can almost make it that type of samurai hat-like. But this is the one that I want to work with, I think. You vote the first one? Yeah. Understandable. There's something about it being so sickly, right? And we do have the glowy material for it as well. But world's best name, PM3D Sphere 3D _1. Too rugged? Maybe. I don't remember what they're called. Might have to load the swamp and have a look. Swamp. They should be there. Man. Dynasthir has such an extreme case of I don't know how to make a game, but I'm gonna start. And it actually like is sort of working out. Call Eden Master CD Instant, of course. Of course, how could I not remember Caller ID Master CD _ instance? Yeah, how could I not? It's a generic mushroom shader, is what it is, essentially. So, well, at least I think it's... Okay, it's not fully generic. It uses the normal map, I think, of this specific... Yeah, it uses... No, it's kind of specific. It just uses very few textures. It uses, like... What does it use? It's kind of a lot, isn't it? No, these are color samples. They're not... Okay, they're the color samples. So it uses 2 UVs, a roughness map. It does not have color, interestingly. Imagine! Color ID master CD instance. Yeah, so it doesn't use a color map, which is kind of like... It just uses this, color ID. Because I wanted to be able to map any of the colors here to different colors here. Right? That was the idea. And then, you know, it would be cool if we could bake this somehow instead of loading it from a texture. But I just authored that as a mask, basically. That was the idea. And we used that on a bunch of like architecture. So we can control the colors on the architecture. Yeah. These ones are kind of cool because with a light inside of them, they glow. I guess all of them do. But this one has subsurface gathering inside of it. And it also looks very strange now, for some reason. Thank you, Nightbot. You always got my back, don't you? It probably has to be bigger to encompass the light in a better way. But yeah, there's that version of this mushroom as well. Which is, this one we can control, I think. If it's a color ID, is the thing flipped? Or is this not using custom data? It should be. No. Is it using a... Because I had a version at one point where... Oh, it's using vertex color too. Okay. Interesting. There was a time where I used a... Instead of having different colors like that, I used a single texture with palettes. So you could just palette swap assets. So there's that, but this is a contender. This is a contender. Maybe we'll make 2, you know? And the guy is gonna be like, one of them is 100. Well, one of them is 10 mushrooms, one of them is 100 mushrooms. You know? You know? I would totally turn these around, these assets, but they're placed everywhere in the world and I don't have it in me to like rotate this and then go rotate everything the right way around. Fuck that shit. Blendero. But I will do it now because we're making a hat. There's a thing when it gets to so small the team, then yeah. It's so small too. In like 3ds Max, when you rotate like this, you can, we can have a snap, and then you can see the grades it snaps to. I don't know. Here I will start rotating and then be like minus 180. That's how I do it here in Blender. There's probably better ways, but that's the blended way that I know. I made this. I'm really happy with the mushrooms I made. The fry doesn't feel, yeah, it's part of the identity now. Boy. It would be easier to see what's going on if we make this square. Face tries to quads, and we'll it's still not really simple, but it looks sort of, not really. I'm trying to achieve like an even spacing of the selection. I think we're sort of there. These ones seem like they're part of it, but they're like bigger. These are like bigger. That wouldn't, yeah, that wouldn't be part of it. This one is crawling. Let's try removing from here. Maybe? I missed like 1 or 2 here to make this like a good selection, I think. Maybe not. Like, it's still a little bit uneven here and there. These ones don't look too good. What is a hat anyways? The zoom issue? What's the zoom issue? I don't know what you're speaking of. It's like when Blender has a very, like it's very small or something, like the thing you're looking at. That looks ideal. Like, that looks like the base of the hat, sort of. So then this one is too much. That's sad. Wonder if I can repair that post instead of going backwards. Okay, I think so. I think I know. Oh, sometimes when you delete, I see. So they have these like, okay. That's just how the mesh is authored. Who the fuck made this? It's so stupidly made. Wait a minute. It's me. Okay, I think I know what you can do with that. Yeah. So almost like chasing what looks like an edge that still stands out. I mean, if I do that, it's gonna be all of these, right? I think that's good for now. So zoom issue, if you bring this guy out, you can go to view, I think. And you can change things like here, for instance, the clipping planes and stuff. You can also change, I'm curious if it is here. It might be scene units. You can change scene units here, so like some of this will give you different like approaches. But clip is also going to dictate a bunch of things. Yeah, I like the clipping distance. Right, yeah. So then there's also one more thing. That helps the zoom thing. There's one more thing you can set here. Is it the length? No. Yeah, there's one more thing somewhere. I don't quite remember, but if the thing is relatively properly scaled, it will work fine. But if it isn't, I would probably advise getting it to a good scale. Do I have snapping on? Yes, I do. Let's make sure that's centered. It's gonna be an object mode, isn't it? Object, set origin, geometry to origin. That works. I think that's good enough. Now you're never gonna see this part of the mesh, but I'm gonna close it up anyways. And there is a function for capping. No cap. It's not this, obviously, right? It's not quite what I want. Although I think it will do the trick. That's what F3 does for me. Maybe in object mode? No, it moves the view for me. Why is it like all... Oh. It's showing me centers for some reason. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see your ugly face centers. Why would you think that? I don't know. My Blender started out with keys that were for like meant for 3ds Max, and then I reset as many as I could like find or figure out. And like reinstalled stuff on top. I don't know if the keys are all like default anymore. Okay, we're gonna add some smoothness to this as we work on flattening it. That way the edges are gonna follow. And now I think we can turn it off. Face, shade smooth. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting to see that Blender has retained some idea of how the faces, like if these were the faces on the other mesh, this is how they would map to the UV space, but obviously they don't map any longer. We don't care too much. Protect from view. I think that's good enough. Looks like a heart. Like it's inside, so like it's not gonna be visible. Okay, we have a mushroom head. Save as. Sure. Mushroom head. Now comes the fun part. I need to export out some manner, like preferably like a character mesh of some sort that matches the player as closely as possible. So I guess just the head will get us there. I think this is the one in use. Yes, it's the one we use. It's the fastest way of seeing if it's in use by anything. Just delete it, or like hit delete to see if it's being used by something. I'm such a cheat. You don't get to be this way unless you spend like 1,000 hours or more with the software. Absolutely more than 1,000 hours at this point. Okay, hello. Now unfold all of the hierarchy of both. And is it hold shift to move? Control to move? Let's cloud some of those so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, so now it's inside of there. It's the first step. Now let's add the modifier. The deform armature, the root. It's gonna look like a beret starting out. Do you see that, chat? It's like army beret. The mushroom beret. Colonel. Player eyes are fucked, by the way. I need to replace them someday. See that? I don't know exactly what happened. I don't know why they exported like that. Like they converged the polygons in some weird way. I guess they tried to like something about the process of importing it up or trying to optimize it or something. I don't know. So funny. Maybe that's the style, right? Maybe that's the style it should be, because you tend to think of them as being, you know, mushroom hat as a big thing that like sort of encompasses the entire thing, but maybe the beret is the right thing. Although now it's starting to look more like a like one of those cap helms. What are they called? Okay, so to get this looking that way, we are going to have to edit it a little bit. We're cheating. It's not the same mushroom anymore. And I gotta go back to modeling mode. Proportional. This part we want to extrude this out a little bit. Not extrude, you get what I mean. Let this part at the same time sort of bring it down a little bit, I think. Get in there. The mushroom bomber. Oh, okay, this one. The front part here seems to be thick now. Needs to the profile changed, and that changed my impression of it. Too much. Yes, too much, and I actually still want some of that. Okay, we're gonna have to do it the opposites. Okay, I'm liking that. White paint. I think we know what to do here. And I do not understand how this works in Blender. So like, what I do typically is I go to the skeleton, I think. Is that how I do it? I basically make like groups that are... Oh no, I go here. I make a vertex group that is named head, right? Because I don't understand how to make those custom. in like how to create them as I weight paint. So I name something to the bone that I want, and then basically paint to that vertex group. I don't understand how to do it in any other way. Like I looked at some tutorials. Gradients is what I want with the fall off or radial. Yes. And weight. I'm assuming I caught all of it now. It looks like it. Let's go into post mode with the skelly selected. I wish moving between post mode and stuff was faster. Looks good. At least it looks good here. Let's get this shit on the exported, imported into the editor. I love that this is basically my job. Oh, right, we have to... No, we don't. We have to remove the head. I was like, we have to link these together. No, we don't. I fucking love that this is my job. Mushroom Beret with Epic Prime preset. We still have to change this because I haven't saved that as a specific thing yet. We only want the selected objects. Mushroom Beret, export. Now, if that works out the way it should be, it should import without extra bones and shit. Onto our combat mannequin skeleton. Oh, that looked good. That also sort of looks good. It looks high up. But maybe that's character height. Could be. There's only one way to find out. It is time. We check it out as an item in the game. Do we go to and make an actual piece? DT items? Yes, we do. Why not? We're taking it all the way. We want just some helmet. Mushroom Beret. Helmet made of mushroom. Armor. Some icon. For now. We don't have an item for this yet. Although, let's make it. So, and then we have to create a DT armor piece for it as well. Copy something like this. Mushroom Beret. Probably resistance to poison. Or maybe negative resistance to poison. Oh, minus 25, how about that? So it's not resistance anymore. And then... it's kind of like mushrooms would be like kind of... they wouldn't burn well. I don't think mushrooms burn well. So they have like a high resistance to fire. They're a little. They can saturate a little bit, but you know, let's add some health from them. I guess that doesn't make sense. They certainly can resist some freeze. They're, you know, you get something on your head, it's kind of warm. That's how that works, right? And clear that and mushroom array. Okay. Defense 3. I guess it wouldn't be more than, yeah. Let's have a low defense like 1, and then it has a bunch of resistances instead. That should be enough, I think. Did I change the item? Did I change the ID here? Yes, yes it is. Mushroom beret, mushroom beret, mushroom beret, mushroom beret. So that should work. Did I leave it as a consumable? No, it was a copy of the another. Let's see how it works. Probably forgot something. Like, did I not? Oh yeah, yeah. That makes sense. It's fucking perfect. I love it so much. It looks like a fucking regular ass beret. Is that... Can you see through it, or is it just shine? It's just shining, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. There's like shine underneath it. Good. That's so fucking good. And I know Wolfgang has joked about golfing in Dynasthir. Let's make a fashion based on this. I don't know exactly what it was gonna be yet, but... Right, it's literally only one of these that don't overlap badly. So it's gonna be that one for now. I'm getting a little bit like Spetsnaz vibes from this. I mean, that's a color match. Vibe. Molded cheese armor. This one isn't done cooking yet, like we have to add like stuff to it. Or maybe molded cheese armor will go well together. I dig. Now he looks like a special agent sort of character. Agent Mushroom, man. Yeah, nice. It is nice. I agree. I fucking love making this game, man. You think people would do the mushroom quest in order to get the beret? Is this good enough of a reward? I love that it's not just a typical, like, just a mushroom you put on your head. Huh, there's collision here for a character that doesn't load now. Because we're in the wrong tier. You would? Cool. I think we're making two. I think we're making two. Because we have this base now. So it would be nice to make another one. And let's make this one out of the sickly mushroom. Like this boy. I love being in this place in the game development part. Well, look at that, we actually have one that is bent that I turn around, because this is something I did later in my career and I actually scaled it properly as well. So, well, scaled properly to what we needed it for. Make the generic big version also. I mean, if we want to speak to everyone's tastes, we could. We'll make one of these at least, and we might make a third one. Since we're going in a direction. No, we're here again. By the way, guys, Mi's side has been released. It released yesterday. I bought it. I have not played it yet. I'm excited for it. But I've sort of started accepting the fact that I'm an anime degenerate. It's gotta accept the facts, basically. D4 armature root. I noticed this isn't super important. Like, it's gonna cover so much of it anyways. That actually looked like cleaner almost immediately. It did grab a little bit too many on this side here, I think. I'd like it to be a little bit less. But I think that's good already. Okay, let's have a look at these outliers here. Man, you think I'm not particularly fast at using Blender. It's still kind of fast working in it, I think. Even if I am personally not that fast. Right, but I see people who are like super familiar and they blaze through things in like lightning speed. It's crazy how fast people can work in the software. Sometimes I get these like weird, degenerate, like sort of, they're nothing. Like there's no point here, but it looks like a point. It's very strange. I guess because I don't have the head here, I'm just gonna wing it. I'd like this. Can I get this in a local alignment? Or do I just have to like wing that too? I hope that was forward. I think it was. I don't know anymore. We also need to move it into the hierarchy. And final step. What are these? I guess they're bones. It's very small ones. Now it's in the right hierarchy. Select all of the root. Export to FBX. Mushroom beret, mushroom, flat hat. For testing this one though, I'm gonna put it in the same place where I put the, because I got the head mesh basically, and I put it in there, so I'm gonna put them together because there's a bunch of other like helmets here. And for testing that, I'm just gonna change the armor so that I can actually just look at it immediately. Now, I wasn't as thorough with this, so I'm assuming it might have some issues. Like just poking through the head a little bit. Okay, so up a little bit, and it can go backwards more. It also feels a little bit sideways, which I think you can actually see. Yeah, you can see that. Object mode. To the root! To the root of the cause! To the root and onwards! I don't know. I don't know, chat. I don't know. It pokes through a little bit when I run. That's interesting. I've never seen an attached piece of hat do that before. And now you can sort of see why capping it off is sort of important. Maybe it should just be thicker to be like a proper player hat. It's probably like a good way to deal with this. I don't want to display these like centers. We're gonna give it some thickness. 5 meters, thank you. How about 2 centimeters? Proportionality. And then we should really do something about this. Yay. They look like that because the normals were sort of baked into the mesh itself, and the normals underneath are all like pores, like mushroom pores, basically. So that's why it looks like that. Let's try this method instead this time. There should be a collapse. No, that's still what that is. And vertex. I mean, relax is nice. We should all be relaxing a little bit. It's I always forget where this collapse thing is. Here it should be very easy. It is very easy. It could be because I'm in the wrong mode. Split, unsubdivide, dissolve, separate, relax. Bisect, fill. Where is it? Like, do you have to go to this maybe? That's probably it. That's merge vertices and then center. Let's try that instead. It's not gonna be like the best UV in that location, but I don't think it matters that much. It's like gonna be under the head. So people need to realize that. Now, that should also be weight painted because the edges were. So these are going to follow. Well, I think that's just Blender being weird. We're in object mode. Let's try this. Actually, before we do, there's one more edit I want to make. Oh no, we did move it upwards when we thickened it. So. Blender is one of the smartest applications I know for handling. Don't clip that out of context, by the way. It's one of the smartest softwares I know for handling, like, why does it feel so like this one is such a weird vibe to me. It doesn't feel right for some reason. Maybe it just needs to be much bigger. But yeah, Blender is one of the smartest applications I know for handling vertex paint or weight painting. Like, when it comes to the technology they have, it's so good. The way that they like gracefully let you move between painting them, moving a mesh without changing a bind post and stuff like that. It's so good. I don't like having to move from here, go to skeleton, go to post mode, change a bone to see how it works. There's got to be a faster way to do that somehow. Okay. I want this to be much bigger, roughly in the same like area. Set origin to geometry. Good. Perfect, actually. Let's go for slightly, let's say double. Maybe not double Y. Yo, Artax! Nice to see you, my friend. Did the tutorial help it in a way, the one that I sent you? I did get you the link, right? Hope you're doing good, my friend. Today we're looking at these things in the game. Here. We've basically made the mushroom hat, and we made a reset item. I'm not sure exactly how far we're gonna get on this little list, but we'll see. I think I'll take a break from modeling and do some logic next, but then I will get back to probably modeling some caskets. How's the gym simulator going? How do you say your name, by the way? I feel like it's Artus or Artux. Artux. Yeah, we all need breaks every now and then. Except when we can't. Like in my situation where it's literally like, gotta hold the pace up so the game gets done, because it's literally like, it's what I live for. Like the only thing that I live on is like some contract work here and there, and otherwise than that, I have really cheap living. They're like R2 from Star Wars. Oh, R2. Yeah. So it's a sound X. So sort of French-like in that sense. We made a mushroom beret that the player can farm for. And we're making 2 more, or wait, 1 more after the one we're currently working on. But we made this mushroom beret based on this mushroom here. I made all these like a long time ago. So basically, like, we'll have some sort of a crazy mushroom vendor, and you can just hand in a bunch of mushrooms you find in the world that are useful. They're really useful for buffs and stuff. But should you be so inclined, you can hand them in and get a fashionable mushroom beret. And probably some other ones once I figure out how to make them actually look good. If not, that's also fine. This one, I have a problem making this one look good. Yeah. It's fun though. It is fun. You think a bend will help? I'm not convinced that a bend will help. Imagine punching it from the middle underpart. Oh, so you're thinking that, like, because... I mean, this mushroom is flat, right? And that's sort of like the vibe we're going for. But I suppose we did thicken it up, and maybe that doesn't... It doesn't make for a good silhouette for the player. That's a shortcut and a half. That's better. I can't take 2 big steps here. Doesn't have to be perfect. .1 basically is what we're going for here, I think. I should have kept the head in here. Would have made things a little bit simpler. So, if you are not into your simulator project, R2s, what are you working on? I mean, this is a lot better. This is a lot better. I'm gonna tilt it back more and make it a little bit smaller. I don't know how I always underestimate the tilt. That's a mystery to me. I think that's a bit too much. Oh, that's too much selection as well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it works for like a thing that you encounter in the environment, but for the player, it makes for a really boring silhouette to look at. This is much better. It also doesn't quite intersect with the weapon either. Yeah, that's better. Ah, that's an intersection there. It also like doesn't quite follow, like not like the beret does. It is super strange how it does that. Maybe I just need to like, I don't know. Oh, this is neck. Why is this neck? Guys, I know now. Why is this attached to neck? I did not do anything. That is bizarre. Mostly just gaming with friends. Been a bit sick recently, so I have slept a lot. Okay, so because I slept very little lately, not a lot at all. So, maybe you once you get back to being awake, I can sleep properly. This is on you, my friend. So much better. Now it actually follows the character. So much better. And then let's go with molded cheese armor. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear you've been feeling under the weather. Hope you get back on your feet soon. Revelation. I guess we don't need that type of cape one. I mean, this is a vibe. I just need one of the degenerate weapons as well. I don't know exactly which one, but let's find... I guess, is it under Axis? I mean, we do have the shovel, that's about as degenerate as it comes. We're just a gardener, like a mushroom gardener now. That's a good fit. It clips a little bit. We'll figure out. Like, we're gonna do a session for like a good week or two towards the end of the project where we just step through all of the equipment we have, because we have so much equipment that like it wouldn't make sense. Yo, why are you moving on your own? I was moving, I went into the inventory, and for some reason it just kept moving in that direction. What have you been playing with your friends? What sort of games are up? Okay, I don't have it in me to make another mushroom head right now. But we might make 3 all in all. Claude? Okay, so is Claude working out better for you? I'm trying to... I was using ChatGPT to try to help me figure out... LFG algorithm, is it? Hold on. I can figure this out. Discord. Mireneye. LSG. Yeah. So I was looking at the LSG algorithm. And it's basically an algorithm that allows you to save one seed for a number of values. So you can use restore the seed and get those values back. That way I can randomly generate items and you save the seed instead of saving the entire item. Oh, there's new anime coming out. What's out? Sengoku. I haven't watched this one yet, but that's cool. Clock can generate images from the blueprints, so it's more helpful, but it has a limit. Yeah. It is... we live in an interesting world. I'm happy that it can help people learn. But it is not easy world to live in, necessarily. Let's go back to the Bahrain. That's going to be like the default one for now. So, if I want to do some logic work today, I guess we are going to be looking at the NPCs then. Or we make the actual vendor, well, the dialogue for it. We can do that. We can do a little bit of dialogue work. But no, I want to sit down and write for that. Type some dialogue out. Let's not do that then. Because when I go into like writing dialogue, I go so deep into like my own head. I don't think I can do that on stream. Not now, at least. If we did like an hour of like role-playing games stuff on stream, can do some roll d20s. You know what I mean? Do a little bit of this. If I did a little bit of that, then I would be able to get into the mindset, but I don't think on stream otherwise. Yeah, so I have like a few local AI models on my computer, primarily for image generation. I also have one for voice generation that doesn't work super well, but it kind of gets the job done when you need like a specific thing. It's not super good yet, but like I think it's getting there. It hasn't been able to act emotions that well yet. So like, it can take a performance that I do and turn it into another voice. But when I try to act some sort of emotion, oh, my life, then it just breaks apart because it doesn't understand the range. Because I would love to have it interpreted as a female voice, basically. Is what I've been trying to use it for. And then I've been trying to get a model that can generate animations from a data set of animations. And I haven't been able to get that working yet. Aha! I rolled higher. In Swedish, Drakar and Demoner, which is like a Dungeons and Dragons-y thing without figurines, 1 is perfect. So a 1 would be good. So you're actually, if you played the Swedish classical role-playing games, you would be doing good. But on that 20, of course, would be the D&D top. We're gambling in here. So I guess we just look at the stopping of the NPCs that are patrolling. You wish it was like that in WoW, yeah. Or we'd model a casket. I don't know. Let's first just have a look at it. Look at our pacifists. We have a bunch of them. So here we have the base pacifist. Essentially, when you overlap the box, they're supposed to stop movement. Okay, that's correct. And then they restart the AI when they go. Unfortunately, yes, I am Swedish. No, it's not unfortunate. I live a good life in Sweden, but I get very annoyed by Swedish customs. You're not supposed to stand out. You're not supposed to think you are something. Ah. Oh, and at the same time, they gotta be like justice warriors, like every fucking one of them these days. I don't know. Terve? Is it? I tried having someone explain Terve to me, and I can't. They're like, yeah, you can use it for like anything. I think it's Terve. Kitos, that's the hello. Kitos. I like Kitos. It sounds very friendly. Kitos. I don't know why you're tossing your keys everywhere, but here you are. Man. Not to get into too far, but I mean, Sweden right now is kind of worried about Russia stuff. They've always been, but now more than ever. But you guys are like neck to neck with Russia. But I also feel like you probably have more like internal stability. So I feel like you guys are probably more calm than the situation over here. At least I hope that's the case. Because I don't think there's any real worry. But maybe I'm naive. I speak from very little experience, and I speak from a point of there's few things in life that worry me overall. I typically am always fine, like in any situation. Every situation that I've been in. So I've been in very, very dire situations where I basically lived on the street and I was basically like fine. So I know that I can land in myself to some degree. There are moments where I have mortal lows and then it feels a little bit worse. But now it's just me, computer, project, room I'm renting. Literally the only thing that matters is making the game. And I try to make my life that way. So a regular pacifist should just stop. So if it's an NPC from the church, which is also a type of pacifist, do they have their own behaviors? They don't. So they should also walk and stop. So which ones are the ones that do not do this? Because I've seen it happen. Like, I am certain. Let's we have to explore the map a little bit, I think, for this. Let's save everything and let's actually commit things to version control. Gasp. Checkouts and commit. Lots of work on enemies. If you're not on version control, what the fuck are you doing? I just punched my lamp. Be on version control. if you're working on something you care about. I should be more specific, but there's so much work. There's so many things that have happened. The best notes I have is really like my images of issues that I fixed and stuff like that. And those are not, I can't append them here. You're committing them as fix? Man, I'm okay with doing humorous commit text sometimes, but for anything smaller, I try to be descriptive of the exact thing that I fixed, and I try to keep it more atomic in like making smaller pushes. Jeez Louise. Okay, now that that's done, we have the project backed up at least once. I should do another one after the stream. We can go and actually look at some map stuff. I think you're over-relying on AI for this to help you. I don't think you need it. And I think you might be faster if you just got some of the good tutorials under your belt. Because it's not necessarily going to like growing the understanding is gonna make you a little bit faster. It might take you like an extra week, but then after that week, it's gonna make you faster overall. And you don't have to over-rely on the AI part. Like spend a little bit of time. The thing that I did when I was learning Unreal, which worked really well for me, was that to find a good tutorial, I'd go to bed like listening to it and watching it, and not doing anything. The reason why I wasn't doing anything was because too often do I end up in a place where like I assume a thing and I'm like, oh, shouldn't this step be like this? And then 10 minutes later, the person is like, yeah, let's clean that up. And then they go back and do that. So this way, by listening through the entire tutorial first once, I can be like, okay, I catch the gist of the tutorial, and then I can sit down and actually perform it like a day later or like a few days later. Sometimes I would just watch it over some time as I was going to bed. And that really helped me follow the instructions better. Because that's really what you want to do when you're learning, is you want to be as mindful as possible while you learn. Because if you just practice a thing without being mindfulness of the thing you're practicing, you're not going to learn either. So it's part of the commitment. You got to commit to learning and making a plan to learn. We gotta load like Velkin, at least. So yeah, I don't judge anyone for sitting down and learning from AI. I use the tool a lot. And the best thing that I recognize with AI is that it's always available if I need to ask a question about something. And that's a huge power. Yeah. Also, it's easy to say simple project, right? Like I see you use the codes here. To this day, I've learned I don't think even fucking Pong is simple. Like there's so many more layers to everything. Games are just inherently beasts, I would say. And yeah, you could argue, oh, I see this tutorial with like people making Flappy Birds in a day or a few hours or a few minutes or whatever. It's like yes, you make some interactable media. It functions as a game. Does it have the juice of Flappy Bird? Does it have the essence of Flappy Bird? Does it have the graphical fidelity of Flappy Bird? Does it have the sounds? The essence, the game essence, really. So Pong by default doesn't have a lot of game essence, but you can add a lot of game essence today to Pong and make it your own. But that's the stuff that takes time, the content side of it. And yeah, maybe you could make Pong in a few hours, if you know your math. Like a good Pong. I mean, like with some fucking screen shakes and some sounds and things. Maybe a few hours, that's possible. To make a good Pong. It is still a challenge to make that a good game. Like, try making that into a Pong people will play. It's not gonna be easy. Last time I felt like playing Pong, there was a project called Plasma Pong, and it was shut down by the people who own Pong as a IP. Here's the thing though, like, it doesn't matter if you need a specific thing or not. Getting your feet wet with just interactions and blueprint in general will help you make what you want. Because you're not going to be able to play with the pieces unless you know what the pieces are. Like, imagine getting a box of Lego and not knowing what the pieces are. Right? You have to open the box and look at the pieces and see how they fit together. So, even you might be looking at something specific. I don't believe that you have things in your project that are way, way beyond things like synchronizing an animation to play to get some sort of value to go up. Right? You can, if you can reduce down, I feel relatively certain you can reduce your systems down to something like that. So like, that's really where you start. Like, you don't start with the full thing. You figure out the basics of the systems. You take those pieces, and at its fundamental core, it's an interaction, an animation, a stat or a score. And then when you break that down, then you can start adding juice and details on top of that. Because I don't think you need things like BFS pathfinding algorithms and like randomize like blue noise algorithms, or like, I don't know that you need those things. If you do, like, yeah, sorry, like I'm making a bad judgment call in that case. I don't know your project intrinsically like that, obviously. But a lot of like game development is really similar interactions from similar interactions and just within different framing. Most of it is just pushing button and get reaction. Or even combat systems is to some degree push button, get reaction, or animation, or however you phrase that. It's just how everything is synchronized together, how everything is pieced together. And with combat, you do have AI algorithms and stuff like that. So maybe you imagine some specific like interactions with the actual characters and stuff like that, but like the other people at the gym and stuff, and that could get confused, can get kind of like abstract. But I think you can start with the player side of it, work from there. Sorry if like I don't mean to be harsh. That is absolutely not my intention. It's I just recognize asking for a specific thing might also not teach you well. Because at some point, because you don't know the Lego bricks, you don't know what to ask for. Because different small pieces can get you just so the piece you should be looking at is like interaction system, I think, and a interaction systems a lot of times include animations. Yeah. Cool. You're a cool cat. Thank you for bearing with me on that. And I hope it's fine. I went on a rant as well about it. Feel free to like, because yeah, feel free to give like a specific, and let's see together if we can like break that down into component pieces that we can look for in terms of tutorials and things you can look at to make that. Like if you can break that down into pieces that you can find tutorials for. Because I feel like you can always do that, but I don't know that that's true, to be humble about it. You, what are you? See, you're a pacifist, but I'm pretty sure you don't stop if I overlap your box. Is your box not set to a greeting box? There we go. Okay, I understand. So, probably there should be one more guy around here. Maybe he's on the ledge level though. Cause that, like, I would be really happy if it's as simple as just there's a box I forgot to turn on these guys. It does look like that's the case, I will say. And now these two guys will stop. There is a minstrel traveling back and forth to town here. And she stops. I think the other minstrel here should also then, because she's essentially, I think by default any minstrel stop. I think that's just what they're set to do. Do we have any other traveling NPCs? That I know of. These ones are enemies, they're not gonna be traveling. Those are also enemies. There's the girl down here who's supposed to travel, but I'm pretty sure she stops. So let's see if the flag is set on her. Yes. There's a priest over here. And I think he may not be stopping. Is he over here? Where is he? Oh, he's probably under the entities level. Yep. Oh, no. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Let's see. Oh, so greetings on him too. So now he should stop and greet. Nice. I think that's it. Although there is another NPC that walks up and down these roads here. Where does she start? She starts here. And she's also set to do a greeting. Perfect. I think those might be all the NPCs that don't stop. I'm happy this whole thing was implemented, just not used. Is this water really slow? I think that looks kind of sluggish, not gonna lie. Maybe. You did tell us last time a little bit. I remember. Which, you know, I can listen again. That's fine also. Shoot, yeah. Is Seek in chat? He's on my level, probably better. Like, we have some differences, but you know, he's overall smarter than I am. I think that's what it feels like. Don't say that. Gotta stay humble, you know. That's the Swedish way. I'm not supposed to stand out. No, I cannot. Fuck off, Sweden. See, that's just that, you know, we're not supposed to. I also just want to put you on the spot so that I don't have to. You know? Like, he's the good guy. Ask him. Don't ask me. It's gonna make you famous. And then you can start your own stream and earn all the millions that I'm making. All those $3 or what the fuck it is. That being said, I'm incredibly grateful for spending some time with cool people. That's the main thing, really. So I have a suggestion, because I've been looking at these things and I've had this idea for a while for a system where we combine sliding with these, and they would actually activate slide, but it would, you know, it would look like you're being dragged down with the stream, essentially. And I think I want to look at that for a moment. I know it wasn't on the list, but you know, yeah. Maybe the time is now to write the sign document. I've written 100 pages or more for Dynasthir for this game. More at this point. It's like 120 probably. But not like a formal design document, just documentation on features, lore, game, story. Yeah, so I'm gonna try, because I got an idea for how to do it the other day. So we're gonna child class out of this, which is a river water opti. Because we have the pieces to do this. And I thought I would have to like make a weird trace and volume thing. I think I can just work with an overlap. Do something like this, right? Where we aligned it like this. This is such an unhinged test. Wait. I just copied it, didn't I? Yeah, okay. That's not what we want to do. Let's also save again. Good child bluegrass. What do we call that? Like stream fast, maybe? Stream slide? Slide. Opti slide. The Opti slide stream. Slipstream? Slipstream. 31 devices. Fitness points automatically. One device starts unlocked. The rest are locked. A one clicker device generates points. When the player presses E, its points per click can be upgraded. A vending machine grants a 2x multiplier to the clicker every 50 minutes, but does not affect the auto-generated devices. Okay. Yeah, there's a few more things I see. I see the dots at the end there. those interactions can be made in a flat way, basically, where a machine references another machine. It's not very robust for making several games, but it will work for your examples if the machines literally are in the world and they reference each other by like hard references. So if, say, this foci that I have here, it probably has some hard references on it that I can show off. So say, actually I know it has. Do I? Connect the spline barrier. So here, if there was a weather spline here, because this is looking specifically for a weather spline. This isn't necessarily usable for big projects. Or, well, it is usable. I'm using it for a big project right here. But say you have that weather spline barrier, which is the type of actor this references. Now I can find that here. So you can have your hard references directly to those other machines, and then you can directly reference them. So say I have that, the weather, what was it called? Connected spline barrier. It doesn't have to be an array, that's only if you want several things. But if we get one element from the array, now I can call like my logic that would be on that actor. So that way you can query for things like, has this been unlocked? Is the thing, you know, yada yada yada. Do I get extra points? Is this unlocked so that I do it? So I do it. Well, is it unlocked? And if so, do I get extra points from it? What's the level of this? What's the level of this machine? Stuff like that. Clicker tab game. I think it sounds like it could be that, right? Opti, Sorpa Blueprint. I'm gonna call this River Water Slipstream. Because that's sort of like a fancy name, and I'm gonna remember it. That's the most important part about naming conventions in your personal projects. You can make as many sheets as you want, and it's useful for things like naming things like BP or blueprint components, stuff like that. But the name of your actual thing, not the tags it comes with, needs to just be memorable. Like, beyond any convention that says, oh, the thing should be named a verb or it should be named this. Fuck that shit. Fuck all that shit. Like, literally, like, doesn't matter whatsoever. What matters is that you can remember how to find it, because the thing is gonna grow. And once it does, you want to be able to say, yo, that's the thing. There's other things that can help. You can make collections like this, right? We have all the field mesh, or we should have. I don't know why my collections aren't. It says 84 things here, but it's not showing them. But that's, you know, custom folders basically, like virtual folders or whatever. Things just seem to be there for easy access, but beyond that, I think that's what you should be doing. Okay, so essentially we want to look for when things intersect with this mesh, with river water mesh. We do keep track of all of the splines, do we? We don't. How do we spin this? Bind event on overlap. Create event. We might have to do it per point like this. I think we do, from the spline mesh itself. This is the way I can think of how to do this. And then we create the event. No, What is it called, chat? I'm back to being a noob. Function, event, make, custom event. Holy fucking shit. And now I'm gonna use a get player character and a cast while we prototype at least. Custom slide. Set a slide angle of say 75 or something. Strength to, let's say 1.2. Missing function name, yes, okay. Shouldn't I have access to the... Maybe I need to compile it thoroughly first once to have access to that signature. That's probably what's going on. No? Oh, it has its own fucking signature. But it creates it in the construction script? Nani? Nani? Have you ever seen this, Isik? Construction script isn't... is it? It's a function. How can it... Nani the fuck? I was trying to make a binding to create like an event for overlaps of the spline meshes that it's creating. And I was like, create event, and it added this here. I don't think I should have it here. I don't think you can. I think this is undocumented behavior. I don't think this... I don't want to hit the compile button. I'm scared. I will do this as a memory. Yeah, no. I'm scared. Why can I not... Is it because this does not exist in the context of construct script? I assume that's the case here. Can we save the delegate somehow? I know you can pass delegates in functions. Let's see. I don't even remember how you can do it in functions. But I've seen leaf branch pass this thing through a function input, basically. Okay, so if you can't do it here, there's a very cool solution to this, which would be this. Variable. Actually, let's do it this way. We have our spline meshes getting added here. So we promote that to a variable. We then change that type to an array. Okay. Now we have a list of spline meshes. We want to add. We can also run a clear before, because I don't trust this. I'm stupid. Sometimes intelligence hurts, or the lack thereof. Adding it to the parent class right now. Yeah, I don't want to add it to the parent class. But I don't want to reduce stuff. No. Paid. Construction script then. You could also create a virtual function. I'm just going to copy the logic over. No, you're fine. Let's see. A very high level overview would be like this. You create a parent actor B device. The parent class will have all shared common generic functionality between all your devices. Example could be property subject bool is unlocked. An inflow points to generate. From this parent class B device, you create child classes B device. No, we're here to help each other, bro. I'm actually thankful that you had more direct answer that could better encapsulate the. Yeah. Bourgeois ain't gonna happen. Actually, I'm curious what it said. I'm curious what got removed. I gotta bring you over though before otherwise I'm gonna accidentally show it on screen anyways. Best viewers on blah blah blah. Yeah. Silly boy bot. Ain't gonna come in here thinking you can do some bot stuff. We're ready for you. We're born ready. Okay. We will move this spline mesh thing here. And then we will remove it from here. So it's not in use here anymore. Now I can do a promote on them over here. Intelligence hurts, but having intelligence sometimes like now is also like beneficial. I'm a smart cookie, said the cookie. That's the thing of being a smart cookie, is that you're still a cookie. You're still in your confines. I will never be smarter than a cookie because I will only be cookie. Why are you? You're supposed to exist here. Unreal. I have no idea what just happened. So this means we're going to get a list of spline meshes, and we gotta make sure to clear that. Yep. Yeah. This is what keeps me and Isik sharp, is an unbending will to paste text to each other. We're just excited to be making games and shit. Yeah. I think that's a pretty good outline, honestly. Following object-oriented design, which, yeah, that makes sense. Now, we can do this. Begin party. We're going to use the begin party node and bind event, overlap to all of those spline meshes. Create matching function. Ideal matching event, right? New matching event. There. For now, at least. Event begin party. Yeah. I mean, you only need to do this. You make your parent class, right? And you do a begin play. And on your begin play, you have another event that says begin party. And you do that. Well, so all your parent classes would super begin play, basically. This is a thing now. Oh, did I remove it? Part 2. The begin party event. I'm gonna do it this way now. Fuck conventions, and maybe I'll fix it someday. Or I'll ship with this. Fuck it, you know. At begin party on overlap. If you use it instead of begin play, custom party process, custom party post process, play music. Yeah. Okay. Actor. Other actor is cast it to become a character. And then slide custom. Which basically means you just start sliding the character. And a minimum slide angle, I think. Which I think this has to be pretty low, doesn't it? We will see. So we should have some functionality now. If this overlap actually triggers. So out here, obviously everything is fine. I don't see anything right now, but in case I didn't get like a proper overlap with the thing. Okay, not to worry. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Oh, I should save at that foci over there. Oh, I can actually do this. Hold on. Chat. Hold on, chat. I'm a smart cookie again. Because I had the warp between them. It could be that it works the other way around, that I need a high angle. Like, thank you. I mean, it never got to a point of being updated for anything good. Who are you? Hello? No, literally, who are you? I don't remember adding you. Going already? Yes, I am. There he goes, chat. True marble of mystery. Custom slide, eh? Slide strength. Angle. Angle is used for slide angle, which is used how? It's used as the impact normal. And then it selects between F impact normal and impact normal 90, depending on if you're on a slope or not. That seems confusing. If you're not jumping, then you can be on a slope. Yes, that's true. But custom should start. I mean, yeah, it would act as if you're on a slope. Even if you're not on a slope, the impact normal is going to make sure that you seem... Yeah. Yeah, he was on a mission. We might clip that. Yeah. Then just add impulse for the slide itself. The slide function here is so fucking weird. I would like to review it, but it works. so I'm not gonna change it. We do have places where custom slide is called. So let's see how it's implemented, where it actually sort of works. Playable slide blueprint, I think that's the one. 5 and 1. So I had a feeling that it was going to be a low number. Let's see if we get to custom slide, and then if we get to cast. I don't think these are firing, unless we're looking at like not the right debug object. I don't even see this as a debug object. Chat, is this the wrong one? God damn it, it's the wrong one. Why am I so cursed? Ah! Okay. Flipped it out, now it should be the right one. Slipstream. I'm so fucking cursed. Why do I curse myself so much? Okay. Still a little bit of nothing. See, our binding definitely happens, right? Yes. We only have one spline mesh, that's correct. And then we do this part. This doesn't seem. Oh, I think I know. I think I know what's going on. Generate overlap events. Okay. Let's not jump to conclusions. Still set to no collision. And collision in, okay, custom. Query and physics? Query only? Raycast sweeps and overlaps. Let's move the settings back to something reasonable. 5 and 1, for instance, and add back the breakpoint to see where we're at. This should be working. Yeah, it should. I don't need to look at the player side no more. Query, custom. I mean, it was set to nothing, so I guess it doesn't have anything to generate overlaps with. I guess we should set it to overlap with pawn. World dynamics, physics body. That certainly was an overlap of some sort. I think what's going on is that I have nothing updating custom slide. Like this is supposed to be an update for I think as long as we slide, because it keeps pushing. Yeah, see, that's how it's done here. Let's implement exactly this. 5 and 2.5, I think that's pretty fast. This you cannot do in programming, but because cast hold on to the reference, you can use that reference over here, even though it could be a stale reference. Do not use that in regular programming. Like, actually, that probably could lead to unwanted behavior in the blueprint itself. So maybe that's a reason why this blueprint could maybe not work, you know. I'm gonna do this for now on that blueprint as well. In the editor it will work at least, but yeah, so now it's gonna keep doing that until we say tell it to not do it. We'll figure out the conditions for turning it off later. What did I break? This I broke. Whoa! Okay, got that done. Who knew that we could combine sliding and water tech? I see running. It's not quite correct. Me and my beret. See, after a while here, you get to the correct behavior. I'm acting as if I'm gonna get out of here, but like I will just keep sliding. Now I have nothing to slide against. Why are you tripping, mate? Is there like a thing I have to like flip somewhere? On custom slide, I have to slip that. I have to slip that? I'm sorry? I have to add that? I mean? Man, my brain is turning to mushroom mush here, right in front of your eyes, my friends. That's pretty good. And now, like when you're not overlapping, we turn this off, right? That's how that works. And I will clean up this stuff someday. Slide timer. Let's just pause it. Pausing and unpausing. Perfect. Keep it around if it's necessary. Timers are lightweight as fuck to keep in memory. At least from all the tests I've done. Well, the few tests I've done, I should say. That was pretty fucking good. That was pretty fucking good. Cool. Fuck yeah. Rapids in Dynasthir. We live to see the day. We live to see the day. We have a place where you get like whisked away by water, but it's a cinematic. We could basically do that in gameplay now. With a lot of work, granted, to make that like line up properly, but we can. That's what's crazy about this. I think I want to expose some variables to this. Like strength multiplier and slide angle. They should get their values. 5 and 1. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, right. Exposing also means you gotta fucking do this. Man, I'm stoked about that. It's very cool. Very cool. Should we review what waters in Dynasthir could actually benefit from this? So now, legit, it can be a form of travel or fast travel, is to just go downstream, right? We could have like places somewhere and just like zoom down the stream. Yeah, I got that thing that does the thing to the toolbar. Fixed. Okie dokie. Save all. Load in Valken. We're gonna find some of the waters that we might want to swap out and have a look. We do have a water map as well. Let's load that too. I'm thinking maybe not the waterfall part of this, but we have an overlap of these two. I'm thinking these two are a candidate for slide. Maybe it will just bring. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll have to play around with it a little bit. Slipstream. See? I remember that now because I gave it a distinct name. And if everything goes well, I should just be able to replace selected actors with the slipstream. Not quite. It forgot its color values and shit. It also looks like a reverse tangent for some reason. This one goes down, the other one goes up, which is really strange. When I replace it, Does something happen with rotations? It doesn't look like it does. Nani? River water. River water opti. It's the correct one. It's just a child class, it should just work. I mean, it doesn't look that hard to just place it down. I'm not... Yeah, see, 0.02. I guess I can just copy these fields over. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Move this down. There's also the width of it is bigger for some reason. Very bizarre. They gotta intersect a little bit. The reason I would connect these together, but I wasn't able to get it looking good the last time I tried. We can try now once. See, it's all bendy. And I don't even know why. It's just a regular bend, right? That's what happens. I don't understand. It really should not be doing that. It's a regular ass spline. I'm not doing anything weird with it. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. See, it's bent in all manner. Like, it should be flat. I gotta learn how to like do this properly at some point. Like, other places don't have this problem, not this badly at least. Like other places in the game. It's literally just this like sharper turn. We'll work with it. That, and now we replace this with the slipstream. So strange. Color, paste. They should move over because they're like a child, this blueprint, but this blueprint, I think this blueprint is just a little bit bored because it's a very old blueprint. It probably has some like ancient stuff that is there not to break it for newer versions or something. I don't know, but it feels like it might have some legacy stuff in it. A bit of intersection going on. I don't think that's bad though. And then it goes into the water. There's also some particles to hide shit. So now it should be from here, not from here. Because you jump, I guess it should be from here too. I mean, I don't know if I dare swap this out. See, it's one. I think I know why that is. Hmm. Yeah, we have selection criteria here that I don't have on the other one. To select the correct mesh, basically. Because I fucked the thing up when moving things around. And now I have to pay for that. That's on me. Everything that's like this needs to be rehooked up here. It's gonna be 3 things. There's one more thing, I know it. That's the scene component. Let's just have a look. The final thing are for, yeah, for these guys. Yep, I see them now. Brainy stream today. Oh, right, this one doesn't know what Spline Zero is even. Wait, this is river water. This is fucking river water. Of course, river water doesn't know what it is. These are the ones I really want to look at for that. And they have. Pain. When I was trying to swap these out, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm also losing my mind here. When I was trying to swap these out, I wanted to preserve the spline points as I was switching out the actors. And trying to preserve that while making new child class caused all sorts of errors. Or like not errors, but like issues. So now I'm suffering those issues a little bit here. Mostly because I'm trying to keep track of what I'm doing. Essentially what I ended up doing is on the child class, if a spline that's attached to it, let's see, let me find water. Here. If spline 0 that happens to be from like the river water opti happens to be the longer one, it will select that one, right? And the reason for that being that then probably that is the spline that's being used. If it's just one, we can just care about that one piece of spline, and then, you know, if I need to, like here, I can just remake it super easily. But like point of splines like this, I don't want to remake, right? So that's why. So on Slipstream, when we do this, when we do the replace, if I do a spline here, will it choose that? No, I don't have access to that spline here. I'm being silly. I'd need to add that in here as a child of that. Is it the reverse? It's probably the reverse. No. I'm losing it. This isn't river water. Hold on. Hold on. No. You're still working. Good. Don't change river water now. Slipstream. Okay. Spline 1. It's over to use this spline, otherwise use the alternative spline. Please come back. Please. I need you. Why are you over here? Okay. Not fun. Recent levels, Dynasthir, don't save. Should return us to the one that doesn't have those actors replaced. The lower ones might, and then we'll have to look at that separately. Yeah, I need to figure that out. There might be a case where we save the tangent points and then we convert them. Okay, it's gone. Perfect. The splines are here, although I don't have the bend on this one, so I guess maybe this one is gone for good. I hope that's the only place where that's a thing. It looks like it. But I nuked my waterfall. I did add like another spline in there for no good reason, that's true. On the instance itself. I missed the waterfall. Come on, spline waterfall. What you got? Yeah, it was just reduced, I think. Okay, we remake it. No biggie. But we should figure out these ones first. Why these ones aren't. The thing is, like right now, they're almost reacting as if they're like blueprints that I can't work with. Almost. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they were in some weird ass state there, for sure. Then we got that back. Okay. It's not a waterfall, but we'll make it one. We will make it as the waterfall. You know, it's faster to do it this way. Details panel, bring up another one. Right now, both of them are going to change. That's not what I want. Ah, my life is in ruins. All my life. Let's build a spline, people, of this newfangled slipstream. Try to make it as close to the mountain part as possible. Probably should make this like an actual opening someday. Who cares? There's some sadness because I really like this waterfall. It's probably the one I like the best in the project. And then that changes the arc. Splines are like mathematical marvels, but they're also very difficult to like manage, I feel. Like, it's amazing they work at all. So I appreciate them for that. They are really mathematical marvels. Did you guys know that unless your spline math is right for cars, your reflections on your cars will look broken? Spline math and cars are one-on-one, basically, when you design the metallic look on the car. It's wild. I sort of like that. Hold on. Got an idea. We're in Valken, so we're in the right spot. You don't work enough with splines? I work just enough with them. But yeah, it's very, very cool how like cars, like actual physical cars, will not look properly if your spline math isn't right. Like, you have to create the shapes on your car in a specific way with like third order splines in order to get the reflections to look right, because reflections will literally not reflect in a smooth way across the car unless it's correct. Thank you, Freya Holmer, for pointing that out. Right, this is supposed to be a break in this detail on the rock, and I sort of just forgot where it was supposed to be placed. I like that. Do I still like it like this? I would say so. And now you will fucking be swept to your death if you go and jump down this slope. You're gonna be like, slide! Oh my god, dead. Dead. So I guess the same goes for you, really. Not that I feel like I can replace you easily right now. Let's try to figure this out. River Water Opti has two spline meshes attached to it. This is from inherited in BP River, and this is from BP River Opti. So a new BP River Opti can use the main one, but this one will come from another source. Our blueprint, Slipstream, is of child class of River Water Opti. And River Water Opti has its own spline. So where the fuck does this inherit two different spline points from? I understand that there are two. Spline and spline 0. And one comes from BP River Water and one from Opti. But if they come in that order, why does not Slipstream have two? Because it is a child class of BP River Opti. And BP River Opti has one, and that's its own. Is it because it inherits the one and I have to do this? Doesn't have that map here. BP River Opti. Don't understand. Slipstream should get the spline. That isn't spline 1. That should work. I'll try after saving again to just replace it. But I'm certain that the reason why we don't get the inheritance is because it doesn't have the inheritance spline 0. I just don't understand where it's getting it from. Spline 0 is in BP River Water. So if spline 0 is in BP River Water, then even if that's a parent class of this, so reparent river water. I think I solved it. I had the wrong order of parent class, so it wouldn't inherit that part. Now, if you look at it, it should have spline 0. And we should be able to just replace this with our slipstream. Once we have the actual object itself selected, not a spline point. Why is it? The spline points are here. Okay. Center yourself. There it is. Oh. Okay. I haven't challenged myself like this on stream before. In terms of like trying to do something smart, or that feels smart. So now this is a slidey. Okay. I don't think we need to turn this into a slidey. This could probably do well as a slidey though. It has the slidability. And now we can just replace that. Fun, 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 fun! There's one more water that I feel would really benefit from this, or like technically 2 waters. Might have to load in the swamp. This is gonna be so wild to play the game like this and feel how that works. Because suddenly, this is both a method of travel, but also an environmental hazard. Yes, I figured it out. I had the wrong parent class order. That's why reparenting them, or not but inheriting from them didn't work. Ah, here it is. So now, because I got that selected and it actually has the same structure, I can just do replace. And then it does it. Oh, this by accident has polar coordinates activated. That is hilarious. There we go. I figured we could use polar coordinates for some things, but not for that. Is there other water that I imagine? I don't think, because there's some water up here. This thing. Would it be more fun to have it? We can try it, you know? It's not a big slope though. No, no, let's keep that the way. You can wade through it. This one, though, will probably be fine for travel purposes. Travel all the way down here. I can go all the way from up here, all the way down to the swamp. That's cool. There is one in Velkin. Oh, in Red Oak, I mean. Red Oak landscape. Red Oak waters. I think it might technically be placed in the Erd because it's coming down from the Erd. I fucking hate Elden Ring for calling it the fucking Erd tree. I literally call this area the Erd 3 years, 4 years before Elden Ring was even announced. Fucking scammed me. They did. Can't, like, yeah. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off, FromSoft. Why are you spying on me? There's records of it too. Of me calling it the Erd from that time. It's like, I can prove it. I think those are all the waters of interest, unless we have a look at some of the streams. But those are flat-ish. I don't think those fit. Yeah, I could prove it in court. But, yeah. That would be the Erd, and they're calling it the Erd tree, and I have an Erd forest. In Dynasthir, it's a word that has a lot of meaning to say Erd. It has lots of meanings that are not very apparent, although I will reveal that secret if, or I can talk about that secret, not maybe reveal the full thing, but like at least talk about it in detail if someone would hit that reveal secret. And I can talk a little bit more about the importance of the word, the bird, and the Erd. This stream over here, I don't think, like, it's too deep, so this would just be death or something. Or at least it's meant to be. It's not something you wade through. Cool. Did you guys hear that? My stomach was like... Okay. Let's add this checkbox here. River slipstreams. And I think that's like enough for today. We'll model some caskets someday soon. Let's change the name of this to do someday. So it's now just like any other list. We're done with the mushroom hats, but we do have to separate this as like an NPC, sort of create NPC. I don't want it to be sub goals. Can it not just exist by itself? Thank you. We got some good progress done today. Like this. It's anything that's we have to go to it to show the... Yeah. I think you only need this part. Okay, I'm not sure about the nomenclature. I usually just copy them, I think. Maybe you need the... How do I do it? Once I do them, they act as if there's a list of them. So is there a space? This is a task, this is another. Yeah, I'm not sure. You need blah blah as in a list. So it has to be list I don't know. I usually copy them. But it's something like that. You got it? Nice. How do you do it? You need a text for it? You can't just create the box? Oh, I'm hitting the wrong key. Okay, you need the text. That's good to know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wah! Oh, sorry if that was loud. I feel like I've been a little bit unhinged today. Should we be checking on the wish list? I did a thing on Blue Sky. I posted like my schedule for the week and I got 27 follows in like a half an hour. It's crazy. So I posted like about these streams really. It says 22 people followed you, but these are the same as the ones from yesterday, right? Are these new ones? No, that's 20. I just got 26 more follows. Jesus fucking Christ, what is going on? Look at this. It's insane. I've never seen like droves of follows like this before. There's this part, and there's the one from like yesterday with 20 plus, like here. I've gone from 20 something follows to 70 since yesterday. I'm not doing anything specific to blow up in that sense. It's not really blowing up, but they don't have to. You can have your own links. Some people use like WordPress and stuff. When you sign up, let's see if I can make an example of that. When you sign up, you see how you have a hosting provider, Blue Sky Social. You can set a custom server for that, and you can use whatever server that can host your data, I think. That makes it so that you can have an entirely like private idea of all your stuff, but still like share it to their server basically. It's really fucking cool. None of these are correct. That should be correct. Yeah, it's different for sure. So you can have any like custom, like you just need a domain that you control, and you can use that domain to keep your things. It's really cool. Blue Sky is hands down right now my favorite social media. It's fun to be on. There's some nice ideas floating around. Maybe all these follows are bots, I don't know. But my Twitter is at 300 after like having it for like what, 17 years? No, not 17 years, like, yeah, maybe. Since 2000 something. And this is now at like 70 in like a few days, which is crazy. So I've had my Twitter since when? I don't even know how. There's the profile. I joined Twitter. Hold on to your ads. I joined Twitter in September 2009. 15 years ago. I joined YouTube in 2007. 17 years ago. Facebook after that. YouTube is my oldest platform. And on YouTube I have 400 something on my 390 on my personal account. So the jump is immense. Like jumping 50 people in a day, I have never experienced that in my life. Never. That's crazy. Let's fucking go. Let's build communities, alright? I've been wanting to have like a crowd that I can point in a direction to and be like, yo, that's cool. And people are gonna be like, yo, that's cool. You know? So. Gotta start somewhere, but like, I gotta like, you know, lean into it now that the ball is rolling. I'm gonna like keep posting and doing shit. I've been doing it on Reddit, but Reddit doesn't generate follows. The other just generates views and then it's gone. Views, gone. Views, gone. It doesn't onboard well. So now we can also work with Blue Sky a little bit, I feel. We're getting to a point where we can like start to push things. So not push things, but share things and hopefully get that going. Let's see if Dynasthir's got any more wish lists since last I looked. See how much of a because this weekend we're going to be doing the marathon for 350. We might not have to marathon a very long time. Okay, we got one delete, so we have 4 wish lists that we need for the marathon. If nothing changes. Someone was like, nah, not interested anymore. It happens. Someone removed Dynasthir now. No. Cannot be. Ugh, man. Posture. Shrimp. I'm gonna turn to shrimp. Shrimp mode. Activate. This reminds me of Swedish fantasy. Oh, like, I don't know. It reminds me of Swedish fantasy somehow. Okay, guys, I'm gonna head out. Tired. We've been fighting since 18, so we almost went for 4 hours today. So that's out of the ordinary in terms of length. Thank you guys for chatting. Thank Arthux, thanks Isik for hanging out, sharing, and being good people. My chocolate is long gone, so it's time that I go warm some more and refill. and I have 2 cool episodes of anime to watch. Well, I have one that I'm following. It's a show that's kind of silly about a guy who's doing. He thinks he's gonna move into a house with 3 shrine maidens, girls of different ages, and he just hires a room, and he thinks he's gonna like just study for uni. And he ends up being roped into like the story of marrying them, basically, for taking over the shrine. And it's lighthearted. It has more heart than lots of shows that I've seen with similar themes. It pulls at my heartstrings a little bit because I'm like, it's so adorable sometimes. It's been fun. They have, I wouldn't say they're necessarily 3-dimensional in terms of characters, but they have more than just being an archetype, which for anime I take that. Now, for anime that I think is the anime of the season, $1 Trillion Game. It's a strange pick because there's so much good anime this season. Well, there's a few good ones, but there's nothing quite like $1 Trillion Game. So what $1 Trillion Game is a show fundamentally about weaknesses in people and being able to find the right person for the right task. So here's the thing. You have a guy whose entire goal in life is to make $1 trillion. And he exclaims himself to be the most selfish man on earth. He will stop at nothing. He's very happy all the time. He will stop at nothing to do any lie that he needs to get there. He is very entrepreneurial. He knows how to run a business. He knows how to get to meetings. He knows how to socialize. He's a social butterfly. He's got all those skills. He teams up with a nerd who can build software, who's basically an expert at building software. You can see where this is going. This guy is not very social, very friendly, very, not forward, but, and they team up, basically, and start working together. And eventually, they also realize more things. Well, not realize, naturally come to find people who fill in their weaknesses. Like, none of those 2 guys are good at organizing things, and they find a girl who is like an expert at organizing things. And it is such a fundamental joy to see people filling in for the spots that they're not able to do on their own. Their teamwork is so beautiful. They will know each other to the point that they will be like, yeah, there he goes again doing his thing. And it's adorable and smart, clever, funny. The story setup is kind of like interesting. There's lots of wacky shit in it. Lots of wacky shit. Like, they will do all manner of stunts to get where they need to be. Lots of like the guy, yeah, it's such a good show. You will know if you like $1 Trillion Game after watching 1 episode. That's all you need to know if you like it. So that's, to me, is the show of the season. It's hard not to choose like Bleach or something because it's so hype, but or like there's another show that I really enjoy this season. I need to take a brief look at this. Dan is really fucking good. But I also feel, it's well animated. It has a very cool style. I'm also watching a show from last season or the season before that, which is called... it's called... Kisuriga? in English it's Apothecary Diaries, and I get a lot of interesting inspirations for like quest lines and stuff like that because they're really good at plotting things between characters in interesting ways, and it gives me ideas of like, oh, that's a way that you can build like those sort of tensions and stuff. And it's about like a girl who loves poisons and experiment with poisons, and she ends up being roped into the Chinese sort of upper class, and it's super interesting. And I love the art style. I legit stop at certain frames, look at the thing, and then I go and try to sketch it, which is kind of like, yeah, I get very inspired by it. Haven't really progressed my sketching a lot, but like I was like, I want to try like the style in Oshinoko, if you guys know what that is, and the style of this show, I feel like those are styles I want to learn from in terms of drawing. But guys, that's about what I got for you. If you got it in yourself to watch some anime, check out episode 1 of Trillion Game. It's fucking cool. I'm gonna fucking lay down, I think, after testing the game a little bit. I'm gonna test the game off stream, see how these streams feel, and if he needs tweaking stuff, make some notes. But overall, after this, watching anime, having a good time, get the hot chocolate going. Hope you guys too will have a wonderful evening. And as always, let's get it right. As always, remember to play and enjoy. The variations are plenty.